Yeah. He does always. Yeah, they take the margin for rent. It's around, he'll find something. So it's like. Team security. I was looking. I want to talk to them.
The meeting has come to order on September 18, 2025 at 7:02 in Mammal Hall 113. Director of Admin, Srinivasan, may we have roll call, please?
Vice President here. Vice President Rai,
Here.
Chief of Staff Gomez. Manager of PR Hawan. Coordinator of Student Engagement Burton. Coordinator of Student Engagement here. In Director of Finance Service. Director of Integrity Neela. Here. Director of Leadership Development Hills.
Here.
Director of Marketing Santiago.
Here.
Senator Acosta.
Here.
Senator Eve Sebastian. Senator Berintos. Here. Senator Bishop.
Here.
Senator Burnham.
Here.
Senator Clark.
Here.
Senator Dunn. Senator Enrique. Here. Senator L. Roxy.
Here.
Senator Gomez.
Here.
Senator Johnson.
Here.
Senator Clan D. Run. Here. Senator Lopez Pereira. Senator Melgar Senado.
Yes.
Senator Mitchell.
Here.
Senator Piper. Senator Piper. Senator Pudas.
Here.
Senator Subcutter.
Here.
Senator Sheikh. Here. Senator Williams.
Here.
Senator Weissman.
Here. Quorum is present. We may begin. Our first item of business is the approval of the agenda. Are there any additions or corrections? Hearing none, if there is no objection, the agenda will be approved as distributed on the call email. Hearing no objection, the agenda is approved. Next is the approval of the minutes from September 4th, 2025. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Hearing none, if there is no objection, the minutes will be approved as distributed. Hearing no objection, the minutes are approved. We will now move into open forum. Guests will have up to 10 minutes to address the Senate with any concerns, whether or not they appear on the agenda. Senators may also speak on topics that are not included in the agenda. However, please reserve comments related to listed agenda items for their scheduled discussion. If you're here for open forum, please sign in with the director before leaving. The floor is now open. If there's no one here for open forum is now closed. We will now hear from our guest speakers from DASH. Please help me in welcoming them.
Hi, this is a microphone? Yes, okay, I was like, hi, everyone. We are part of the DASH team. So my name is Madeline St. Clair. I'm Assistant Director of Basic Needs and Innovation in the DASH office.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joe Klein. I am a peer mentor in the Dash office focusing in financial wellness.
I am Rachel Jensen, Executive Director of the Dash office. Thank you so much for having us tonight. And we will begin. So Dash stands for Durango's Advancement and Support Hub. We are geared to help students navigate their educational journey. So we have, we're about 20 months old. So not very old, but we've done quite a bit of things. So we would like to tell you about the pillars, and then one piece we're asking for you what we can keep doing better. So we are grounded in a couple of different theories. So we want to make sure that we are reaching as many students as we can. And so it's really important for us to get feedback from students from all different types of life experiences, and make sure that we are just figuring out the processes of college, because there's no manual. Unless you guys have found it, I have never found a manual that tells you like how exactly to navigate. So sometimes you go to an office and then you get sent to another office and then another office, and there was just a question that maybe you just didn't know how to ask it. So Dash is geared towards trying to help figure out what those questions are. Then we also want to bring the services to you instead of sending you all over campus. We also want to make sure you want those services, right? I could tell you all day what I think is best for you, but you're going to know what's best for yourself. And then we also want to help with the mobility aspect. So how do we get you the skills that you need and the services that you need to thrive in school? And we have a lot of hope, a lot of hope. Okay, so our first pillar is called hardship and resiliency support. So we support students who have lived experience in the foster care system, the justice system, students that have family members who are incarcerated, student parents, and students facing hardship. So we are going into systems in the community, recruiting, and also pumping hope into people who are system impacted to make sure that they know that they deserve a chance for education as well. Pillar 2 is our scholarship collective. So right now we have 19 different private funding sources. And so for anything from first-time freshmen to system impacted individuals to hardship or emergency funding, we're trying to fill the gaps where we can.
Alrighty, and then the third pillar is the MAV R&R Toolkit, and it's all about resources and relief, which is what R&R stands for in our office. And so it has a lot of basic needs aspects. So you got the Maverick Food Pantry, Durango's Outfitters, community gardens that supply the food pantry with fresh produce. We also have financial wellness, which we'll talk about a lot more in like just a second. Internal and external referrals. So we've spent a lot of time working with campus community, but then also the community outside of campus, so that we can refer students directly to some really great services to fulfill their basic needs and get that support. We have lots of volunteer opportunities within the Maverick Food Pantry, the gardens, Durango's Outfitters, and then support events. One of them is called Application Adventures. And one is actually brand new as of like an hour or two ago, which I rushed over from, and it was Healthy Habits Workshop. And so somebody from Sodexo who went to culinary arts school was teaching us how, you know, to like cut, but also how to like cut food and like veggies, which I learned so much and felt a little inadequate in my adulting skills there. But also how to have a budgeted diet and making creative dishes that you won't get bored of. And then our fourth pillar is our Peer Support Alliance. And so we have a lot of people that help run our day-to-day operations and think big, like Joe with financial wellness. So it's all about those people. So we have peer mentors, graduate assistants, social work practicum students, volunteers, and AmeriCorps Vista members. So it's about all the work that they're doing in our office and how we can pour back into them and have them develop as young professionals. So these are, you know, we went through the 4 pillars. This is just a more sufficient list of what we do and what we can help students with. So I think this will be provided to you, but you can also visit our website for this list. So referring yourself or referring one of your peers to Dash, on our website, we do have a referral form. If you're not sure how or if it's the right place, you can always just send us an email, do a warm handoff. And if it's not the right place at our place of business or Dash, then we can refer them out into either the community, on campus, or Omaha. So that's just a QR code to our website. Okay, now we're going to talk more about, nope, we're not. 1 second.
Before we get to the main event, we went through that very fast. So does anybody have questions for us about the pillars, about what we do at all? Because that was a lot of information very quickly. All right, well, it's showtime. You guys are the first group to see this, right?
I wasn't gonna throw him to the wild of reading off these slides. So I want to talk a little bit about why we're calling it financial wellness and not financial literacy. And so one analogy that I heard that just made a lot of sense in my brain was thinking of a three-legged stool. And so you've got like your mental and your social wellness as one leg, and then you've got your physical wellness as another. And then the analogy is that that third leg is your financial wellness. And so if one leg is like a little wobbly or not as strong, what happens to your stool? Yeah, it can fall over. Yeah, I promise I'm not like a physics major. And I definitely wasn't. But yeah, it'll fall over. So it's all about like making sure that all pieces of your stool are good and strong. And so a lot of times financial wellness is just left out of that conversation. So that's one reason why we want to bring financial wellness to the forefront, but specifically wellness is more important than what I would say literacy is, because I would say that if you have all the facts and figures, which I think are kind of what literacy means, it doesn't really matter, or it doesn't make a lot of sense if you don't have the coping mechanisms and the behaviors to match with that financial literacy. So that's why we're calling it financial wellness. Anything to add to that?
So does anyone love walking into Target and there's a dollar bin that's not $1 anymore? I have a whole gripe with that, but sometimes we just like emotionally, we're like, oh, we need this, and it's like inexpensive, and then over time it adds up. And so sometimes like if you don't have money, it's hard to know how to manage money. So the whole idea of wellness is to create space so it's safe to talk about money, because I didn't grow up with parents who talked about money ever. Right. And so sometimes it's like, I think they were trying to protect me, but now I'm like, what do I have to pay bills? Ugh, but how do we make sure that we create safety for people that just like can say what they need to say, and then we move forward?
So financial wellness is still pretty new to UNO. We have a lot of great examples on other campuses of what they do for financial wellness. So we're taking bits and pieces and applying it to what will best fit for our UNO students. And one way that we're thinking of it is a toolkit of resources and support. So we would have one-on-one support. A few of our staff members in our division are certified as personal financial counselors, Rachel and myself included. And then we also have peer mentors, and we're really hoping, we only have Joe, unfortunately, for just the semester before he graduates, but we're hoping to grow that program so that there's more peer mentors to support that one-on-one support, because we know that talking to Rachel and I might feel very different than talking to a peer like Joe. Then we also want to have some workshops, some online resources, which I'm going to have Joe talk about because he's actually been implementing one right now. And then community partnerships. So different credit unions, but different nonprofits that focus on financial literacy and wellness, and just connecting you all with those resources out in the community. Because we do know that once you graduate, unfortunately, some of the resources on campus just aren't available to you anymore. So we want to make sure that we're building that toolkit that's sustainable. So once you leave UNO, you are set up for success. So we are always open to new ideas and partnerships and collaborations. So we do have a survey. I think it's this QR code, hopefully. So if you want to scan it and give us some feedback, and while you're doing that, just like 3 questions, Joe is going to explain Cash Course, which is going to be a resource that you all can actually log into today. Cool.
So I've had the privilege of working in the Dash office for only a couple of months now. I worked the food pantry over the summer, working now in the office in my area, which is financial wellness. It's one I have a lot of personal conviction behind. My freshman year here at the university, I was pretty much pushed right through the door by my mom and dad. Still hear from them. We'll get to that one in a minute. A lot to unpack there. But I was on food stamps my freshman year. Pretty much as soon as I hit my dormitory, I had to find something that was going to get me through. I lost 25 pounds my first 4 weeks of college because I had pretty much nothing to eat, had no clue that the food pantry existed until I worked it this summer. So having resource awareness is something that I personally, it's one I have a lot of conviction. I still work 4 jobs to stay on top of all my bills, do everything it is I do. So having something that I could have given myself framework, education, courses to improve my position at 18 years old, it's cause I can rally behind. Hearing that something like that existed, instead of having to design it all myself, I immediately saw this as a huge green flag. This was something I knew freshmen, first year students, even well beyond graduate students could use here at the university. That's why I have such strong belief in Cash Course. Madeline and I have attended a series of webinars on subject, how Cash Course works. There's various modules that students can complete after they register. I got the report, saw our first student signed up today. So I was very happy about that, but modules are optional for completion. We're implementing it in different ways across campus, but why I like this is raise your hand if you've had to do Title IX training while you're a student here at UNO. Awesome, great. Doesn't talk anything about outside of Title IX training. Obviously, I'll say how I feel about it. It's not super fun. I'd rather spend 30 minutes doing something else, but I would like to see something like Cash Course be something that's Title IX training, something that students have access to, potentially even university sponsored and backed, because I believe this is education that everybody should absolutely deserves and should have coming through their time here at the university. Each module is going to progress in the subjects that it discusses, what it covers. It ranges from everything to debt management, money management, income, basics of budgeting, credit, what that means, how to use scholarships differently, how to pull out student loans, which student loans are more beneficial to which kinds of students. It covers almost everything a college student could need when it comes to financial wellness, short of me individually talking to everybody. I wish I had that power, but I don't. So I believe Cash Course is something that I would like to see more widely implemented across campus. We're starting very small. Currently in my project and where I'm working in, first year student seminars in various colleges across the campuses. College of Fine Arts and Media is a big one. Thompson Learning Community being another one here at CBA, as well as the College of Information Sciences Technology. Those are all programs that we're getting Cash Course implemented. Hoping to see some feedback and some results from that fairly quickly. But as Madeline and Rachel both mentioned, our team is very, very small right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. We have 0 professional staff permanently dedicated to financial wellness, and peer mentors, it's me. So this is something I'd like to see expand. I'm hoping that Cash Course acts as a stepping stone for students to come forward, rally behind a common cause, because raise your hand if you saw something at a store that you really wanted to buy and being a college student didn't have the money to buy it. Outstanding. So have I. Okay. I'm not saying Cash Course is a Band-Aid that's going to fix all of those problems. Building strong financial habits is a lifelong skill. Not everybody has the privilege of taking a finance class here at the University of Nebraska, Omaha. It taught me a lot. I've learned so much in my time here, both as a professional working my jobs in the field, as well as in the classroom. But I don't think everybody should have to do exactly what I did to get the knowledge that I had. Cash Course is a great first step for that. Like Madeline said, we're open to collaborative ideas about how this can be implemented. I know everybody in this room at some point has thought about a resource, something they could use, something to make the times a little bit easier, be it food insecurity, it's a need that we work in, be it not having professional clothes for something like a career fair, another struggle that I had, not having the money for groceries, it doesn't matter, not having the money for textbooks. I'm sure some of us at least have had that problem, okay? If we can put our heads together, a lot of us being in the same mindset and come up with some kind of resource to propel this forward, encourage students that this is something they can engage with, to get students involved, make them feel like they're welcome here, give them power, give them knowledge, give them tools to succeed both in their current spot and well into the future. I know this is a group that can get it done. Everybody here's been through something like that. We're all in the same mindset. We're on the same team. I'm excited to collaborate. I'm open to suggestions. I'm open to ideas. I happen to be rather close with Gio. See him pretty frequently. So I'm happy to say I've got somewhat connections to the board here. But I'm open to suggestions. I've got some thoughts of my own. More than anything, I'm just hoping for you guys to rally behind a common cause here and spread the good while we still have the opportunity to do so. So any questions on cash course, financial literacy, the big picture from anybody here? Yes.
So I know you said it's like a rough idea of implementation. Can people only if they have that access code and talk to you guys like in person?
That's a good question. We're still working on implementation wider across campus. Access codes can vary, so there's different keys. I've got a spreadsheet of them all. I think we're going to have to go in and do some re-web designing. General access codes, there's one for UNO in general, which is every student enrolled here at the university. There are some specific to each community because we're gathering data on different groups. I was sitting in my office thinking about this today, and for about 30 minutes, I thought about this exact issue. So there's going to be some redesign. I believe course tags, group names should be, if you're a UNO student in general, should just be UNO. So we're working out the bugs, like I said, and like Madeline mentioned, this was greenlit, I think almost a week ago today. So we're really, really new to the process. We're still figuring it out, but we'll keep you guys posted on updates if we get the process more streamlined. So yes.
I'm sure it varies, but how long would you say it completes a student to, in general, like complete these modules?
So yeah, that's a great question. Each module has different video lectures. There's a quiz to check knowledge retention as well, similar to how a course would be designed here at the university. Tops watching the video at just the original speed, going through the quiz, potentially having to take it a couple times depending on how they do. About 30 minutes grand total, I would say, is what each module is expected. And obviously this is self-paced. Some of our first year seminars, we're assigning it as curriculum, but for UNO students in general, this is something self-paced, and we like how it's self-paced because it's fast enough. If you really wanted to get through all of the coursework in one afternoon, you have the ability to do so. But it's also extensive enough and broad enough. You learn something, you get skills, knowledge, power from it. So I felt like it struck a really good balance of doing both of those. So yes, yeah, you can revisit the website, watch the modules again, take the quizzes again. Yes.
Hey.
Hi.
I do have a question. So how do you want us students to spread word about this amazing cash course?
That's a great question. I'm thinking along the lines of social media engagement. I know that's it's heads or tails here at the university. I know working in the Dash office, we've kind of bashed our heads against the same barricade over and over again of how do we get students to engage with this. I know social media is one thing. I also know that this is a body that speaks to higher ups in the university with semi-routine frequency. More than I can say, I found myself in that situation. I would be more than happy to collaborate on that space to campaign and champion this as an activity that potentially works from the top down. I would like to see this big picture ideally implemented on the university website and or as something that the university purports itself. But I think social media is going to be my main strategy for now, using organizational social media. So be it student government, the Dash office, the CBA page. I'm hoping that each college that has a social media page, it's part of what we can implement there, be it so accessible through a URL. I'm hoping that that's where things go to ideally make it very accessible, prominent, and easy to access. But good question. Other questions on that?
No. And thank you again.
Yep, you're welcome. Any other questions? Yeah. I have, like I said, I do have the Excel workbook for all of the different URLs. I'm going to get the UNO general one, and I will make sure that that hits your guys' hands at some point because we're working on incorporating this into our own webpage. I'm hoping that once we get it incorporated, see a little bit of engagement from that this is something that's going to get wide out or rolled out wider across campus. So, yes.
So I know you said that you need to rework some things. So do you want us to wait on sharing? Because I can take a picture right now and send it to people I know. You want us to wait to share it, or we can have people with this QR code, with the access code to get started, or should we wait for that?
I would say as of now, because I haven't looked at much engagement, it looks like we've had some student success signing up. So I would say that this is something, if you guys want to distribute, absolutely, I would encourage you to do so. If this is something, somebody runs into some issues and they have particular questions, obviously let me know. My project, I've been rolling it out. I've worked with Madeline very closely here. So never shy away from the work of making sure this is accessible to UNO students. So, yeah. Yes,
I did scan it and it gave me an error code, like for my email.
fascinating. Okay, we'll work on that. I've got the heart of a 75-year-old, I promise you. So technology is really not my thing, but I'll get her done the best I can. So any other questions? Awesome. I appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much.
So I mentioned this was hot off the press and I was serious. The other really important thing to know is Chancellor Lee and a lot of the leadership team are really excited about financial wellness. So how can we make sure to keep building these resources, which is why your voices are so important, because we don't always have all the answers. So if there's things where you're like, this would be super helpful for me, just please let us know. We have a general Dash email address on our website that you can give us all your best ideas. And if you know how to implement those best ideas, we'd also love that. The other thing is we don't just want to make students healthy, we want to make the campus healthy. And so this is also available as an institution. So that's really important, because if faculty and staff are learning the same things that you're learning, like now we can have conversation about it, right? And money won't be so scary. I also feel like I need to say bills are due on the 23rd. All right, because that's part of the work that we're doing, is taking some of that financial stress off and talking through your bills. I imagine bookstore charges got posted. So if you think you paid your bill, if you could just double check, because we have a lot of late fees that go on after books get posted. If you have questions about your financial aid or your bills, we work very closely with our partners in financial aid, and we want to make sure that we can help with that communication or asking questions. And so I think that's like another piece of this financial wellness. It shouldn't have to be scary. You're already in classes doing all the hard work. And so your bill shouldn't be another thing that keeps you up at night.
And then it's not referrals, it's actually, I think, to the survey, hopefully to the survey, if I did it right, this QR code. So you can let us know in the survey what you would like to see as college students, but then also as student government representatives.
Did that work? I know you scanned it. Is it the survey?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. All right. It's been a long.
I didn't delete referrals, but I did put the right survey in, so we're winning at that. Okay, any last questions that we can answer? Awesome. Well, thank you for having us and letting us talk to you all about something that we're all pretty passionate about. It's a small but mighty team, and we know that relying on you all to help spread the message and advocate for this is just going to keep pushing us in the right direction. So thank you.
Thank you.
Our next item of business is reports. May we have Regent Lacey's report, please?
Of course. Hello, everyone. So this past week, Colby Gio and I conducted the agency director interviews. We did identify an individual for director of DEIA who will be seeking appointment tonight. So really excited about that. This year, student government and student orgs, Greek life, and intramural sports will be able to participate in Wear Black, Give Back. So individuals can donate money to those 4 different groups of individuals if they would like to. So that's really exciting as well. Working on with a group of people to revise and finalize the interim purchasing plan and get rid of the beginning word interim. Working on an agency director expectation form. It's very similar to the ones that senators and directors and officers had to sign at our swearing in ceremony. Working on the Maverick Impact Award, the email went out today to a bunch of different individuals to start getting applications out for that. So, are there any questions? Awesome.
Thank you. For my report, I've been working on the Senator Resource Guide so that you guys have the tools necessary to have a successful term. I met with the committee chairs. I attended the JED committee meeting last week. I met with the advisor to plan out this meeting. Drew and I actually had a meeting with campus safety, public safety, a bunch of individuals to discuss the emergency call boxes. More information on that will be coming out. Any questions? Yes. Oh, sorry. Members of the public do not have the ability to ask questions. Is there a senator who would be willing to yield their time to? Perfect. Senator Lopez Pereira,
Yeah,
I yield my time
I like to yield my time
to Lawrence.
towards,
To Lawrence?
towards,
To Lawrence.
oh, what? Oh, to Lauren.
Yes. Okay, Lawrence.
Hey, Queen.
Hey.
So what was discussed, or what can you tell that was discussed between?
Yeah.
And public safety?
So they are currently, as you probably noticed, that they're wrapping up the emergency call boxes. That is due to the fact that it's a lot more expensive to fix them. So they are now currently working on a mobile app so that individuals, if there are any emergencies, they can use the app to get help. Okay, any other questions? Perfect. May we have Chief of Staff Gomez's report?
Yeah, so like Regent Lacey said, we finalized the agency director interviews and scoring sheets. And then with the help of Colby, I was able to get an emailing list for our RSO mixer. So that was everyone who signed up for MavFest and the involvement fair. So I'm going to be using that as well as MavSync to pull all of the registered student organizations to get that email out about this RSO mixer. And then the last thing is I'm going to be contacting some members from the business office to discuss the 14-day MavSync policy and see if there's any chance for flexibility in the policy to change it for simple events. If we just need a space, we should be able to reserve it a little bit earlier. I was thinking ideally maybe a week in advance. So that's what I am going to be doing. Are there any questions? All right.
Thank you. Moving on to the reports from the Executive Council, may we have Director of Admin Srinivasan's report, please?
Successfully completed the HR training, which took around.
Could you please turn on the mic? Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
No.
All good now? Super. Cool. I completed the HR training successfully for hiring. So I also completed the one-on-one training with the trainer and the advisor. All good. So also had the chance of meeting the civic committee. Pretty cool team. So almost done with finalizing the RSO form factors for enrollment and also nominations. We are working towards completing this by end of this week. Once that is up, I'll work with Kobe to get that synced to MavSync so we can start taking in nominations. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. May we have Director of Finance Savage's report, please?
Hello. I hadn't done a lot when I wrote this. So basically I was just waiting for requests to come in. Last Thursday, met with budget committee. They were able to appoint a chair, which was fabulous. We went through a workshop and training, which was really helpful, and we were able to approve one item. We have 3 more to approve, I believe, in MavSync. And then yesterday I did have my first monthly business office meeting with Colby, Denise, and Gina. So that was really fun. But yeah, any questions?
Thank you. May we have Director of Integrity Neela's report, please?
Hello, everybody. I am still continuing to receive Robert's Rules of Order certificates. I'm waiting on 3 as of now. Thank you to those who have sent them. I'm still familiarizing myself with Robert's Rules of Order, and we recently met with the Rules Committee and we appointed our Rules Committee chair. Some ongoing projects, I'm currently reviewing the agency bylaws and looking at some potential strategies and implementing those. And just upcoming tasks for the Rules Committee, reviewing those as well. And so that's it.
Are there any questions for Director Nilo? Thank you. May we have Director of Leadership Development Hills report, please?
Hi, so things have changed, yeah, for me as someone, I don't know, since filling this out as well. I completed all the interviews for FYLC, so we have our cohort and finalized that of 20. We had our first meeting today, which went super well. Met with the DEIA committee, and then we appointed our chair, and I also met with Colby to discuss FYLC, completed my HR training. I also sent it out to the candidates not selected that did apply for FYLC about other positions currently open in SGA, so they can still get involved. And then we'll have our ambassador elections and presentations that are following meeting next week, and then hopefully have those finalized then the October 2nd.
Are there any questions for Director Hills? Thank you. May we have Director of Marketing Santiago's report, please?
Hi, everyone. I've just, thank you.
I've recently sent out to senators a bio request. This will be used whenever I post the senator spotlight. So if you have not responded to that email, please try to as soon as you can. Also, I know that if you did not attend the swear-in, you weren't able to take a headshot. So if you could please, or if you just don't want to use the one that was provided, please make sure to send me a picture, preferably like a senior picture, or just no selfies, please. And then also we had just put out the Omaha and AI fair. So 50 students, the tickets used to be like $200, but right now they're free for 50 students. So currently there's a Google form just to work on getting names. We only have, last time I checked was only 12. So hopefully we'll get some more. And then the organization of the month, Director Hammond and I'm sorry, what's your last name? They have created a form, so I just have to make a graphic and put that out so that way we can start getting submissions for the organization of the month. Are there any questions? Yes.
I can't really see.
Oh,
Thank you, Senator Kusnek.
I yield my time to Lawrence.
Thank you. Lawrence?
Yes. Do you currently have plans or vision for collaborating with prospective agency directors or sharing posts, or any other types of collaboration?
With Dash coming up, I'm planning on reaching out to them, hopefully to promote that new project that they just shared. Also, I'm still trying to figure out how I want to collaborate with the Gateway eventually, but I'm still trying to figure out how I want that to look. But I do know that SGA, we do a newsletter, so I kind of wanted to incorporate them into the newsletter somehow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Senator Gomez Fresco.
Of information, you said you sent out the email to senators about the spotlight already or not yet?
Yes, I have. I think I sent that out last week. If not, I could resend it to you. What's your name?
Rebecca.
Rebecca. I'll If it's not in there, I'll try to get that to you. Thank you.
Are there any other questions for Director Santiago? Okay, thank you. May we have Coordinator of Student Engagement Burton's report, please?
Oh, it's Joe. What I've been doing is just been.
Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. So what I've been working on this week is just on the plaque for the Student Organization of the Month. I've been going to the library and working in the creative lab and have been trying to figure out the design details.
Perfect, thank you. Are there any questions for Coordinator Burton? Thank you. May we have Coordinator of Student Engagement, SIP's report, please?
Hi, guys. I don't think this is on, but oh, wait, okay. The main thing I've been working on is helping Geo compile that email list for the RSO mixer. I know that September is a really busy time for a lot of organizations, especially with fraternity recruitment, and then a lot of sororities are doing a lot of different events. So finding a time that every organization will be able to attend it is really big and really important. And then helping coordinate some outreach for the organizations to be able to schedule one-on-one meetings. That way we'll be able to check in on them and see if they need any help, where they're doing, or like how they're doing with different events and things like that. And then I also completed the HR training. And then, yeah, my ongoing project is basically just helping out with that RSO mixer with Coordinator Burton and Geo.
Are there any questions for Coordinator SIP? Thank you. May we have, I am so sorry. May we have Manager Hammond's report, please?
Hello, everyone. I hope we're doing well. I had my first one-on-one with Colby this week, which went really good. I finished the RSO nomination form earlier this week as well, and I just sent it to Outreach Committee today to make sure that they liked it and want anything changed or if it's good. And then I contacted Director of Marketing to see when we can meet to see how I can help support her in her initiatives. So, any questions? Gorgeous.
Thank you. We will now hear reports from committee chairs. May we have Budget Chair Barrientos's report, please?
I don't even know. Okay. All right. Nothing crazy to go over. The budget committee, we completed training on rules, policies, and procedures for purchase approvals. We went over a presentation. Members are learning new processes to ensure a smooth budget transition from the previous year. We reviewed how to approve purchases with Colby and Director of Finance Savage. And then we also created a group me to make sure we communicate, as well as best time to approve purchases and review purchase requests was most likely after meetings or any time that we can get together. This week, continued training this week to build comfort with policies and reviewing / approving purchases. And then our main goal is to create a sense of comfort with purchases and policies while familiarizing us the process. So, yep.
Are there any questions for Chair Barrientos? Perfect. May we have Chair Johnson's report, please?
Hello, is it on? Okay. We haven't done much. We filled out that little paper thing. We've decided we want to try and incorporate both on-campus and off-campus opportunities, and make them more well-known across campus. Yeah, that's about it.
Perfect. Are there any questions for Chair Johnson? Perfect. As Chair Piper is not here, is there Senator Acosta, will you be able to give a report?
I'm not
What?
the-
Oh, sorry. Who isn't? Can a senator from DEI? Yes. Senator Mitchell. Perfect.
Okay. Okay.
So I'm sorry I didn't prepare a report or
I
anything.
put you on the spot.
But so basically what we've worked on is we created a group chat to ensure proper communication. We have also gone over specifically within the goal setting workshop we worked on last week. We went over a lot of goals for the year, a lot of different intentions that we wanted to set for the work that we're going to be doing for the year. And we went over the different aspects of the committee that we all individually really wanted to focus on and how we could work together in collaboration to make sure that everybody's goals were accomplished.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the DEIA committee? Thank you. May we have Chair Acosta's report, please?
Hello. Okay, so at the last meeting, outreach committee, we went through Colby's goal setting workshop and we established like a vision for UNO and like SGA as like being very accessible and visible as someone who is here to support, just like improving the vision that students have of SGA is like we're here to support them. And so we talked about like different marketing strategies and things that our outreach committee could work on. And then we also worked on the RSO of the month project. We just got sent that form that I think Chloe was working on today. So we'll looking forward, we'll review that and then finish up that project hopefully soon.
Are there any questions for Chair Acosta? Perfect. May we have Rules Chair Shake's report, please?
Okay, am I audible? Perfect. So we met with our committee members like last week. Not all of them could make it, so we of course added them on Zoom. We set the goals for the year, which is reviewing our governing documents with integrity while also upholding the rules and student interests. We also picked me as the committee chair, and that's it for now.
Are there any questions for Chair Shake? Okay. Next, may we have the advisors report, please?
Hello, yes. So I have had the pleasure, as many of you noted, with meeting with many of you in various capacities. So those agency director interviews and the conclusion of the majority of those, as well as working to continue the opportunities for growth with Robert's Rules of Order and presenting those goal-setting workshops last circuit meeting to committees. With that in mind, I can say that the new project this week has really been launching those one-on-one meetings with the senators, and I've had the pleasure to meet with 5 of them and learn more about them and their insights and ideas for this year. So that was very positive. And with that, some have scheduled meetings with me with like next week. So please continue to schedule those meetings. That email has been communicated, but please feel free to reach out if you need support. That concludes my report.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the advisor? Perfect. Okay. Our next item of business is unfinished business. As there is no unfinished business, we are going to move into new business. The first item is the appointment of Ella Stephens as Director of DEIA. Is there a proponent speech?
Better work. Lawrence. What? Accept my praise.
You have 10 minutes.
Okay, hello everyone. I'm Ella Stephens. I was the director of the Network for Disability Awareness last year, and I'm now running for the director of DEIA. I have a lot of experience with the agencies. I think the agencies are a super vital part of SGA, and I feel like sometimes we don't connect that the agencies are a part of SGA. As the director of DEIA, that would be my main goal, is to foster more like inclusion, like making sure more agency events are being like attended and making sure agency directors are seeing what the Senate is doing and that what you guys do is super important to what they do and how it's all connected. I just think fostering a better relationship and collaboration between SGA and agencies. And then in between the agencies themselves, there's not a lot of partnership for events and stuff just in between agencies. And I think that's super important and something that I would aim to do as director of DEIA. Like I said, I worked as NDA and I know that agency directors put in a lot of time and effort. And since we have a lot of new agency directors coming in, I just want to be there to support them in however they need, with events, with figuring out hours, figuring out boards, because it is a big transition and that's just my main goal. So any questions?
Thank you. If there are no questions, Director Neela, could you please escort Ella out of the room? Is there any discussion on the appointment of Ella Stephens as Director of DEIA? Senator Acosta?
I just have like one question about the role in general. Was there any, sorry, I always sit right here and then ask the most question and you can't see me. Is there any like issue with like because like the DA office was close here on campus with like us having the roles, not even about her, just about the role, I guess. Like, is there like,
Based on my knowledge, there is no issue, if that's what you're asking. In terms of like being flagged
Right.
for DEI, I don't believe there's an issue. Regent Lacey, is there?
No.
Okay. Any other questions? If there are no questions, all those in favor, please raise your placard. (17) All those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. 1701. Ella Stephens has been appointed as Director of DEIA. Resolution. The next item of business is the appointment of The next item of business is the appointment of non-degree seeking Senator Hafsa Tasneem. Is there a proponent speech?
Hello, everyone. My name's Hafsa. I'll just try to speak really loud. Oh, never mind. It's working again. Okay. Don't. Hello. Okay, perfect. Hello, everyone. My name is Hafsa. I recently graduated from UNO with my Bachelor's of Science in Biology, and I'm currently working full-time as a clinical research associate at UNMC. And I'm also taking a couple classes here at UNO, which is why I'm trying to get involved. And over the past 4 years, I've held leadership roles in MSA, in pre-dental club, and also in the honors program. And I'm currently mentoring CERP students and undergraduate students in my lab. So I have a lot of experience when it comes to just supporting my students and being there for them. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm hoping that if I get elected as senator, that I can hopefully like Dash was talking about, help spread resources on campus. I feel like a lot of the times when it comes to like people who are undecided in their majors, they don't get to see a lot of the resources, especially with like career growth and opportunity. So just helping them with that, and also making sure that resources aren't major specific and it goes to everyone across campus. And yeah, does anyone have any questions?
Okay. If there are no questions, we will see you in a bit. Is there any discussion on the appointment of oh my gosh, excuse me, Hafsa Tasneem as non-degree seeking senator? If there is no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. All those opposed, please raise your placard. Hafsa Tasneem has been appointed as non-degree seeking senator. Our next item of business is discussion on the employment of agency directors. The chair is seeking a motion that SGA enter executive session for the purpose of agency director finalist considerations. The following individuals shall be permitted to remain present as invited guests, the finalists for agency director positions. Attendance shall otherwise be limited to the advisor as the search committee chair, executives, directors, coordinators, managers, and senators who have been confirmed by the advisor as having completed the required HR training. All other members of the audience will be required to leave the room until the end of the executive session. Any voting member who has not completed the required training must also leave, and their vote will be recorded as an abstention. Also, the live stream will be paused until the end of the executive session. Is there a motion? There's first. Is there a second? Thank you. It has been moved and seconded to enter executive session for the stated purpose. Is there any discussion? If there is no discussion, all those in favor, please raise your placard. 18. All those opposed, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your placard. 18-0-0. We are now in executive session. All invited guests and the individuals mentioned in the motion may remain seated. All other parties must leave the room for the remainder of the executive session. You will be invited once back the session concludes. Senators and directors, as a reminder, you must be present for adjournment. If you leave within 15 minutes prior to adjournment, it will be counted as an absence in accordance with our governing documents.
If something.
When did the Zoom turn off? Oh. What? Zoom. I've gone to, but Senator Johnson has not heard of it.
Senator Johnson,
I moved to adjourn and skip good of the order.
there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? Senator Williams, is there any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your placard. All those abstaining, please raise your, all those opposed, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. We are now adjourned. As a reminder, there can be no discussion of what was discussed in the executive session outside of the room. Otherwise, we are in violation of HR policies and I do not want to deal with it. Thank you.
Yeah.